Inhale. Sahanavatu, sahanavatu, sahaviram karavahai, tejasvinavaditamastu ma vivishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Ideally, Ayurvedic treatments balance the body or dosha or body part without unbalancing the other doshas or other bodily systems. So Garshana is one of those treatments that, if not performed in alignment with that ideal, can unbalance someone, including themselves. So in creating a treatment plan today, we want to think carefully about the other person's dosha quality and their prakriti and vikriti. So their current state. Is our client for the day showing up, showing irritation, or a feeling of roughness, which might be a vata quality. So thinking about the depth and pace of the treatment so that we don't unbalance vata and pitta while we're spending a great deal of time addressing kapha, which is found in the rasa and in the lymph. If you haven't already picked a partner, please pick a partner and find someone that you haven't partnered with before, exceptions being if you are a massage therapist already and have bodywork experience. And while you partner with that person, you'll be thinking about creating a treatment plan for each other and discussing it. You'll have about 10 minutes per person, so 20 minutes total, to think about your treatment plan in which you're going to think about depth. Is your pressure going to be firm, moderate, or gentle? And pace. Are you going to give a fast, vigorous Garshana, a moderately paced Garshana, or a slow Garshana? And hopefully your partner has brought oils that they feel are appropriate for their doshic balance or imbalance. And you may want to discuss that, why they made the choice that they made about it. So those three things create the Garshana treatment plan. And then the Abhyanga treatment plan, which the oil really is about, is going to be, is there a place that your client would like you to work in particular? Do they have a sore neck, sore shoulders? Do they really like getting their hands or feet massaged? Forearms, because we're massage therapists, it's always a good spot. So thinking about that other part of the treatment, the Abhyanga, that you will customize. I will be guiding you through a sequence for Garshana, but then you will have an opportunity to customize the second part of the treatment, which is going to be Abhyanga. It will include the amethyst placement and the belly stone span. But other than that, you'll have some time just to play and to nurture one another. Okay, so if you need to keep a timer, spend 10 minutes on the first person and 10 minutes on the second person. So we'll be giving, receiving, being the person whose session this is for, the treatment plan is for. And I'll let you know in 10 minutes. So when 10 minutes are up, you can switch. Questions? Yeah. How's everyone doing? Good. Good? Okay.
More refreshed than yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Carry on.
If we have been part, like maybe. Never mind. I was gonna say like I don't know if it counts as but you. Is there anybody who wouldn't mind like having the computer with them while they discuss their treatment plan? Anyone?
I don't know.
Okay. Would you guys mind having the computer while you discuss your treatment plan? Is that okay? Like to record it? You don't want to, oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. All right. Do you guys mind if I have the computer near you while you discuss your treatment plan? Do you mind? Okay. I would, but I don't want it right now.
I don't know how informative it will be, but
yeah, it's just better than it just sitting over there and not, recording just like ambient noise. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right. Would you like to create a treatment plan for you first? Sure. All right. It's funny. It's like a little distracting having a pen that writes this color.
Do you want a black one?
I'm totally okay. This is a good challenge for me to have to, work with. Treatment plan for Angela. So what's your prakriti?
So my prakriti is V2, P3, K1.
And Vikruti,
When she did this,
at that time
was V2++, P3 minus, which I'm still not understanding all the numbers. And then the K1 is 1+.
Okay.
Like I get it's up or down those numbers, but I still don't understand the degrees of the numbers.
I think, yeah.
So
A minus, I guess, it just means you're
that I'm depleted.
the pitta. Yeah. Do you
So,
notice
which on the day she did this, I was not feeling well at all. So,
in what kind of way?
but I was getting sick.
Oh, yeah. Hmm.
So,
So,
yeah.
all right. So generally,
So I would say this is probably different now,
yeah.
but
Okay. It's so funny. Like in these moments, I feel like I should really know what I'm doing, but like I totally.
well, that's just
This is
that's
how-
just it. It's how we're gonna learn.
Exactly.
So, that's where I get the, I have my difficulties in understanding all of this part of it and really getting it to sink in.
Yeah, totally.
I
I get a little intimidated by it, by like, like I get it's not, I guess an insecurity or something. Where I'm just
It's
like,
something. It's just because I don't understand it. So I'm trying to
yeah,
piece it all together.
yeah. So to have the most nourishing kind of session for you today with,
Well, I can tell you for depth, I generally prefer a moderate
okay, so
or a
not,
firm.
yeah. So you want to feel that a
Yeah.
little bit of
Yeah.
pressure. Okay.
I mean, that's me personally. Could change once we start working.
Yeah, we'll check in and see how that's going.
As far as pace, definitely not fast.
Yeah, I feel
will
that.
annoy the crap out of me. I could watching her do it annoyed me.
Okay, not fast. Moderate to slow.
I would say moderate to slow.
Okay, I feel like that would. Yeah, I feel similar. I'm curious of what fast would feel like to me, but
Yeah. I can always try.
yeah, I can always experiment. Moderate to slow, and
then my oil is
jojoba. Okay.
Yep.
And as far as just like how you're feeling in your body for massage,
I mean,
what are some things that you'd like some special attention to?
really, it doesn't really matter. My arms and hands are always tired.
Oh yeah.
More from my hands, more from writing than working.
Oh yeah.
Because teaching, I do a lot of writing
Oh.
and whatnot.
Yeah. Got it. Writing.
Which is
It sounds so outdated.
It sounds so sad. You think being what we do would be, tired from that. But, when I massage, I don't use my hands. I mean, I use my hands, but I don't use them. It's not the same as reading.
Yeah, it's very fun.
Because we have so much paperwork we have to do.
Oh, really? I guess that's how it is. But
So it's the writing that
Yeah.
gets me. So I would say hands, forearms, and always neck and shoulder.
okay. And with this springy kind of weather that we're having, and like a lot of people are experiencing kind of like a kapha thing. I know I am.
Me too.
So you are. So you've probably got
Oh, yeah.
some. You've probably got
I've
some
got the
extra.
same. I actually did what she said yesterday with nausea oil.
Oh, I
and
forgot
the
to do that.
Q-tips. Yes, definitely.
Okay, I totally wanted to do that. Yeah.
So definitely made a difference.
Okay.
Um, Yeah, definitely made a difference. Because I did try that. Yeah.
So I'm sure there's some kind of elevated kapha.
Yeah.
And now, when you weren't feeling well, just curious. I'm thinking out loud and just trying to like get it. You weren't feeling well, and you had a pitta depletion. Just trying to think of like what that would.
The way I look at it is I just really wasn't.
Yeah,
I
like your
just- my
fires weren't being stoked.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Because everything else was because it was all in here. I mean, right now I still have this slight sore throat.
Yeah.
But it's more the post nasal drip
yeah, I'm with
from
you.
my allergies. So, because that's what's acting up now is the allergies.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that went by, but now it's allergies. The rain and stuff we've been having, the allergies have been off the wall. And plus, I have a new cat in the house because I lost her.
Oh, yeah.
So I have a new cat in the house, so that doesn't help because it's all new dander.
Yep. New. Yeah.
If you haven't yet switched, you're going to switch and create the treatment.
So I think we're pretty good with me.
Yeah, that feels pretty good.
How do you spell your name?
Melinda. I just wrote my name while I was spelling it. Melinda. Yeah,
Well, my
that's me.
sister's name is Melinda, but we spell it with a Y.
Oh,
So
really?
that's why I had to ask.
Oh, M-E-L-Y or
Yeah.
M-Y-L?
M-E-L-Y.
I went to
That's
school
why I
with a
had
girl
to ask.
like
So
that.
that's why I had to ask.
Yeah.
Which way you spelled it? Because I would have spelled it the way I'm used to.
Yeah. Melinda.
So
So my Prakriti, I must have it somewhere, but it was, I think it was P3, B2, K2, or K1, but I might actually have it. But
maybe not.
maybe not, but there's another place where it might be, and if it's not.
Yeah.
So it was pretty much, actually, my Prakriti was the same as yours, I think. It was V2, P3, K1. Oh,
So you were right.
yeah,
Are you doing a treatment plan?
yeah.
Yeah.
You're doing good? Feel comfortable? Do you have any
I think
questions?
so.
Do we have any questions? We were.
My biggest questions I tend to have are more in figuring out the fruities and Prakriti's and the degrees of the numbers. I'm not quite understanding like the plus, like I get the pluses and the minus, but when you have like a 2++, like I get it's elevated and it's like I get the graphing part. I think it's just not quite sinking into
The plus just means extra elevated, right?
right.
Like plus is elevated.
So it's elevated in 2 doshas, not just 1.
Oh, right.
So 1 plus is it's elevated in a dosha.
Yeah.
Most likely if it's only 2 pluses is it's elevated in 2 doshas.
Now, could there be a plus?
That's when we go up to
Another number.
Another number.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that's where some of the other things are confusing me because it's like you have like when we did this, my pizza was 3 minus, which I get is down. But like I said, I get confused on like the degrees, like, or for lack of a better way of saying degrees. So I think it's just me trying to get things
this
into
is
my head.
that concept is an advanced concept.
Okay.
It's not something that is necessarily an introductory concept.
Okay.
I brought it in because everyone seemed really concerned about being able to accurately identify what their Prakriti and Vikruti are. So pulse diagnosis is really the only way that you're going to get that figured out. Otherwise, you look at the qualities, which I think I just saw out. Did you just have the qualities out? So you look at the qualities
Okay.
and figure out what's happening either for you or your client in the moment.
Okay.
And you can further, so like clear, I don't know if you remember when we started the class, we went through how those things express themselves for us. So you can think about that in relationship to the qualities. So you may be feeling, we'll say tired, okay? Tired is heavy or dull, slow, sticky often. So that's what you'll think about.
Okay.
And then, you know, if you have like every single one and kapha checked off, then you pretty much know that you have kapha is elevated.
Right.
And if you're not feeling like sharp at all, you're not feeling light, you know, that's not really feeling balanced at all.
Yeah.
Then you know that there's a depletion happening there.
That helps.
Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Yes.
Everything. Any kind of discussion is helpful.
Oh yeah.
clarifies. So yeah, so I had I think maybe Pitta plus plus, Pitta 3 plus plus, Vata maybe 2 plus plus.
Everything was elevated. Just
I
seems
feel like they were all elevated. Kapha plus 1. Yeah, so for what I think would be a good depth would be also moderate firm. That makes me feel better, like grounded. Pace, same thing.
I mean, I can try the fast pace.
We could try it. We can
See?
experiment anything.
Yeah, I'm willing to experiment too.
Yeah, cool.
So,
For what I think would be most balancing would probably be a moderate. Sometimes too slow makes me feel like, come on, you know?
Yep.
It's funny.
I agree there.
So I brought sunflower and sesame. I love sesame, but from what I'm learning about myself with my Pitta qualities, I wonder if that's the best.
Right.
But that always feels really good to me. So, but oils, like sesame is good for kapha, and I know I've got kapha going on, and I also have, I also always have elevated vata. So I think sesame would be okay.
Yeah.
Probably jojoba would be best, but I don't have that with me.
But you also said you had sunflower oil.
I also have sunflower, and that is good for spring and winter, spring and winter pitta. So
Right.
that might be
So
the
it's a
best
matter
way
of
to
which
go.
way you want to go.
I know I have a lot of kapha happening, like the stuckness, the slowness. I mean, I just feel like it's
So I wonder if
very
that
hard to
would,
get me
if
going.
the sesame would be too thick right now. Then you have a lot of the kapha going.
Well, she did say for kapha, corn oil is the first choice, sesame would be the second choice. So it does like it has that warming kind of like things moving thing.
Right.
But I might go with the sunflower. To be. What do you think?
I'm leaning more towards the sunflower.
Yeah. To be wise. To be wise. Would probably be.
Yeah.
I still haven't totally like accepted that I'm pitta dominant. Not that I don't want to be. I don't care. It's just what I've thought about myself. Like it's like. I'm just like, oh yeah, it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
But I just wasn't thinking that way. So.
Oh, I knew I was pitta dominant.
It's just funny the perceptions that we have of ourselves.
Yeah.
And then to be shown something different, it's like, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's just not what I was thinking. But
now as far as your abhyanga,
oh, yeah.
Anything particular?
I would say my arms and hands. I do love, I'm feeling pretty good in my body right now, which is kind of extraordinary.
That's a good thing.
I know. I feel like I've been body suffering, But I would say like the upper saddle, like up around here, and the shoulders. And unfortunately, I've grown a bit. Yeah. So
that doesn't faze me.
Well, I was just thinking about like that sensation on the gloves.
When the gloves make feel
yeah,
to you.
But it might be long enough so that. See? You see my hairy legs? Swaggy wax?
Yes.
Oh, That's awesome.
And
I've
I'm
never
often
done it.
used as a guinea pig. Well, not a guinea pig. I also give myself to my students. So.
Cool. So wait, is that cool? Is it sometimes not cool?
Well, the good thing is I have a high pain tolerance, so it's a good. My legs are a good place for people to learn how to lie the wax and how to pull the strips.
Yeah.
So it's a good way for them to learn.
Yeah.
So
Do they give you like Brazilians and stuff?
I let them do bikinis. I have not let them do Brazilians. I don't know, something about my students giving me a Brazilian.
Does it feel like a little boundary cross?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
However, I've given them Brazilians because I had to teach them.
Yeah. Never had one of those either.
It's
Sure.
I don't mind them.
Meaning you don't mind doing them or getting them or both?
Both.
Yeah.
I tend not to get them regularly just because I like a little more natural. But they need to know that.
You like Brazilians.
But giving doesn't even faze me.
Yeah.
It's a body part.
Well, I'm a birth doula, so I'm right there.
So it's a
Right
body
there,
part.
and all
It
the
is what it
different
is.
expressions of what that looks like.
Yeah, so it doesn't faze me at all.
Yeah.
It's getting the students past that concept.
Yeah.
And it is a regular service that estheticians have to perform with the waxes.
Get them all the time.
So, you know,
Is there?
is,
Yeah. Is there anything else that we should talk about? Where did we talk about what you're feeling like today?
I'm actually better today than I was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday I was falling asleep in class,
I was
which
too.
is awful.
I was sitting there and I nodded out and I looked up and she was talking, but she was looking at me and she was like,
Oh, she caught me a few
she kind of
times
like
too.
winked at me.
But I mean, the one good thing is when we were going around the room expressing how we felt, and I was like exhausted.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know what it was yesterday. It was just so
Just,
blah.
it wasn't like a sleeping thing or anything. It was just how the days, just how you were.
I mean, last night I can tell you I was in bed asleep by 10 o'clock. So
Yeah.
I'm definitely feeling better today, other than the allergy thing going on.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm actually feeling pretty good. And allergies are allergies.
Right.
You know, I've kind of learned to deal with them after having them for so long. Well, it's part of the lymph.
It all
Well,
goes
it
in so
all
many
goes.
things that I feel like I almost can't even talk about it. But I get it internally. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then my thing I go through is not a hard time. That's not really the word I find. But because of doing massage and also aesthetics, and then you combine the Ayurvedic, like some of the things kind of clash in my head.
Contradict.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, you know, like with the Ambhyanga, we're working out towards the energy centers, and I'm so used to working in towards the heart.
Well, I think that's like an all-around challenge, because she was saying that even when Dr. Ladd taught, it was going towards, you know, and it's like this particular. So yeah, I think it's
you know,
for
so
me
it's
too.
just,
It's
just
like
one of those things.
Yeah, you've got to change the.
I physically have to change my body.
Oh
I
yeah.
have to face the other way so that I make sure I go the other way.
Yeah, me too.
Because I catch myself all too often facing up and going up.
I know. Yeah, I do that too. And I have to. I'll like stop in the middle and be like, oh yeah.
Yep.
And then I just have to reframe my mind too. Like, okay, grounding. Yeah.
So it's one of the fun things.
Yeah. I always get really dry in my scalp. I oiled my scalp the other day. And I've just kind of like kept putting the oil. I haven't washed my hair in a week, but and now I'm starting to like. Now I don't try to get the oil out. I just do like a. At this point, I just do like a light soapy rinse. It's a conditioner, and there's some oil residue that goes down all my hair, and I'm starting to like it. You know, then I just add more oil to my scalp and do the thing, let it sit for a day or two. Mainly because I just don't really have time to wash my hair. I'm like, when am I gonna? I was avoiding doing it for so long because I was like, well, when am I gonna be able to wash it out? I don't want to be walking around with super oily hair. And I was like, oh, I can just do this.
You can put it up. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because when we burn the Shiodara, you actually want to leave the oil and whatnot.
Yeah.
I think what I want to try is on the Banyan website, they have some of the different oils.
Yeah.
So they have the hair oil.
The hair specific oil or the Shiodara oil?
No, it says hair. I think you can use it for Shiodara, but it is specific for like hair. Because I have a lot of baby hairs coming in. It's like so. I've been paid, so I'm hoping it will help it grow.
So if you would just come back, Molly and Nick. So as Laura requested, I created a sequence based on lymphatic drainage last night. What I'd like to do now is I'd like to demonstrate it, but I need a volunteer who's willing and able to receive Garshana twice today. So not someone who feels lots of deranged in any way.
I'll do it.
Angela? Okay. All right. So we're going to have a quick demonstration on the sequence. The strokes are the same, but the sequence is different. Okay. So, and it's going to be quick. All right. While Angela and I are getting ready for the demonstration, you can either continue with your treatment plan if you feel like you're not complete, or you can begin to prepare your rooms and tables.
Okay. And how many tables do we need to bring out?
I think just two. So let's see, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. We have 4 treatment rooms.
Yeah, we have
4 treatment rooms. So yeah, we'll just need 2 tables. Everyone know what they're doing? Yeah. Okay, so what you're doing right now is if you haven't completed your treatment plan to each other.
No, I'm like, our med numbers.
Secrets. There's one out already.
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone does know what they're doing.
I just watched that Katie for the other day. They were like 2 + 2 = 5. Yeah.
She had me.
Right. So do you want to be out here?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wherever you're
Yeah. I'm sure that was the outside.
Breast towel as well. Right there.
I record the work with running out. Yeah. I always think that. Especially they're like on
Today I'm actually good. It's not as I think it's just areas that are being I have to teach in the afternoon. And I do not too much fancy stuff, but it definitely felt like I got so I know you so just doing that. I was gonna say there's a really because I was kind of like, nose, and then when you said the Q-tips, I'm like, yeah. And your thank you. Maybe she could point you in that direction. Is that it's probably like it's right near where so that's where I can it took me from his house. It took me like half an hour-ish. Yeah, totally. I think maybe I'll. I'm not gonna remember that. I don't have a smart on here. I'll around, but yeah, we'll talk about it. Like, okay, yeah, or yeah, okay, cool. Oh yeah, and Julie, is she like the director also? She's the owner. Yeah. I'm like, well, like it was the there's a sheep farm now. Oh, yeah. Right by Keystone Farm. Yeah. Right by the strip joint. Okay. So I gotta know. Yeah, so we live yes. We live right off of Calvin Road, right off the one, so, oh, cool. Oh, hello. Well, I worked just. Oh, you did. I know, it's a bit nice. I hear you. Yes, I'm here. Well-being is more important than the money. Oh, you're in here. Yeah.
Where would you like to in my bag, in my pocket. Yeah. Thank you.
Just so you know, I do that. Do you want these too? There's one. Do you want this tool?
For what?
For the,
That's just fine.
Nothing, never mind.
I'm just gonna.
Part of it's
the body is right. It's just support.
but everyone's got one. Do you have a preference for size, Angela? Nope. One of my favorite questions to ask my clients is there anything I can do to make you more comfortable? It's a really simple way to put them back in charge from lying prone and naked on the table. I'm going to show you only the Garshana sequence. I'm not going to do lemon, feet, just Garshana. Anyone remember what the organs involved with lymphatic drainage are? That's the one that all the lymph gets dumped into. Heart. So we're going to move backwards out from the lymphatics, out from the heart to the lymphatics. So the first place we're going to start is the heart. So although we can't touch the actual heart, we're going to be making circles over the sternum. The next place, the part of the lymph system that jumps into the heart is called what? The subclavian veins. And they are along underneath the clavicle. Moving from the shoulders towards the heart, towards the sternum and maneuver in. Now see, I'm watching Angela get a little red. So I'm immediately going to lighten up on my pressure so that there's less friction. Garshana means friction created by rubbing. So we'll still be creating friction by rubbing, but we're going to lessen the friction when we see signs of pitta aggravation with redness. So, and I'm even going to work a little bit more towards the shoulders. And then some sweeps across the chest from the shoulders to the sternum. This is best accomplished with a client who has a breast towel or who is draped up to the chest from a seated position at the head. I'll then move back to the traps. Same motion. Shoulders sweeping towards the spine, really. Notice my body mechanics, feet flat on the ground, back straight, torso moving the arms. You can do a tiny bit of milking here. And then from the base of the occiput down the neck towards the shoulders. And then from here, we're going to move out to the nodes. The most immediate nodes that are proximal to my position are at the ears. So the ears, the sides of the face, and the neck all have, there's this cluster of nodes. Can anyone tell me where the other clusters of nodes are? The axilla. The abdomen. Yep. The knee and the groin. There's also the thoracic duct, which comes up from the belly towards the heart. So we're going to start at the ears, because this is where the nodes are. We're clearing the nodes to make room for all of the lymphatic drainage that's happening. So just gentle circles around the ears towards the neck. And then scissoring, forefinger in front of the ears, other fingers behind the ears. Scissoring back and forth. And then the ears themselves, very gently placing either the thumb or the forefinger inside the ears and moving the ears in 3 directions. So when you're at the earlobe opening, downward pressure. When you're towards the side here, pressure towards the table, but very light. And then using your forefingers and pulling very gently towards the head. Okay, so now the nodes here have been cleared, and we're going to start at the chin. Moving from the chin towards the ears. Facial skin is thin, so we already want to be using very light pressure. Clearing out this area and moving to the space beneath the lower lip. Gentle, moving towards the ears. An upper lip, these gloves make it a little tricky because of their things, their Grinch things going on. So upper lip to ears. And then cheeks, from nose to ears. So sweeping cheeks to ears. The head is where the exception to the rule of always moving towards the heart. Nostrils, little circles around the nostrils. And then coming down to the temples. Circles around the temples. Eyebrows. Heading over the temples towards the ears. Bridge of the nose. And then forehead. Midline of the forehead, past the temples towards the ears. And just sweep off the ears. Just because that feels nice. Okay. Any questions about the head, upper chest, neck?
This knee problem has low blood pressure.
Could you repeat the question?
Who has low blood pressure?
Pressure?
Low blood pressure.
If you have low blood pressure, where should you concentrate? Well, someone who has low blood pressure is probably going to be better off lying down. Lying down actually helps to increase a person's blood pressure.
We'll let you know that.
I'm not sure I understand. Is
No, point that you massage, you do that.
Is there any particular point in massage?
oh, a particular point to help someone balance?
Yes.
It's not something that is really relevant to this moment, so I'm going to stick to the Garshana, but that's something that would be perfect to bring up during meridians, moxa, acupressure. Okay. So we're moving on from here, we go to the torso, because what we want to do is we want to clear out the thoracic duct. That's one of the major places where things from the lower body get dumped. We want to undrape possibly to the ASIS, right about there. Being mindful if someone has a piercing with the gloves and the pressure. So I'm going to be above the navel where I might have started below the navel on someone who didn't necessarily have a belly piercing. So hands, under hands, gliding from the navel or from a little bit lower, a couple inches below the navel, towards the heart. Helping to clear that thoracic duct. And then I'll move just below the navel and do a couple strokes down there. And then making a V. The belly going out towards. An upside down V. Hips. And then the sides. So if we midline, the periphery. Thin skin is often found here. Moving hips towards axilla. And then finishing with just a belly circle. Clockwise belly circle if you're standing at the client's left side, right side. And sweeping. Questions about the belly? I'm going to move the arm next, the right arm.
Specifically right arm first because of the location.
We're starting at the shoulder. We're moving from the outside of the shoulder to the inside of the shoulder. Around the shoulder joint. And then up from the elbow towards the shoulder. And remember, you can use both hands. One hand following the other, and hands alternating. Elbow. Forearm. And you can do that very easily because there's not a lot of area to cover on a forearm. So using one hand at a time is really nice. Whereas for larger areas like legs, you definitely want to use both hands. Wrist. And then you're in position to do the fingers. Hand, circles around the hand. Palm. And then starting with the pinky finger, moving from the proximal joint to the distal joint. And you can do the joint. So if you want to do joint circles around each joint of the finger, you're welcome to do that too. This is sort of like polishing. Sort of like polishing. And finishing with the thumb. Going around the joint. And then sweeping. This feels good, and it also helps to give a sense of completion to each body part as you go. I'm gonna move to the other arm. So where am I going to start?
Shoulders. Swoop in outside in.
Yep. So the circle is going in towards the subclavian vein and ultimately towards the heart. You're using one hand, remembering to anchor with the other.
Did you do the soft arm on purpose because it takes more from the lower body, or does it not?
So I'm going to address that. Will you write it down and ask me at the end? Thank you. So, elbow. Forearm. How's the depth within pace? Wrist. We can use alternating thumbs. We can hold and use one. Back of the hand. Front of the hand. Starting with the pinky. This can be very quick, or it can be very slow. And so in the springtime, when it's beneficial for almost everyone, just being mindful. If you have a Vata person on your table who's kind of Vata deranged, who's shaky and can't concentrate and is all over the place, just go slow and follow it up with a really nice long Abhyanga. Lots of warmth. Left leg. So the draping here is kind of important. So pressing one finger at the ASIS, I'm not quite there. Okay, so one finger at the ASIS is going to help you fold this in an appropriate way. Catching an edge is harder than it looks in gloves. You don't have to help me. Thank you. And then tucking down and towards you. You're not really touching the client's leg, you're touching the table. And you have a nice firm drape that way. You can, if they're feeling drafty, go under the low back as well. We're going to start with one-handed hip circles. So we want to anchor, let the person know our touch is coming, and then hip circles in towards the groin. And then coming up the thigh towards the hip. Making sure to cover both the inner thigh and the outer thigh completely. The legs can take a bit more pressure and quickness of pace. So is it okay if I demonstrate that? Great for cellulite ladies and Jen. You probably don't have any cellulite.
I have a feeling he probably doesn't.
Yeah. So
I've seen it. It's different. It's different.
in general, I think most of us do. On the knees. So it's pushing up, gliding back down.
How was that quicker pace on your
Actually, I
thighs?
didn't feel bad.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Good.
And that's generally what happens is
Mm.
like people can take a quicker, firmer pace and depth on the
Yeah.
legs. Whereas like up here, ooh,
Too crazy.
yeah, it gets
But I
too,
almost feel like that would feel good on the back.
it does feel good on the back as well. And then the lower leg. This is where 2 hands
Mm.
is enough to cover the surface. And then ankles. Feet, tops of the feet. The hand makes a perfect, it's like a puzzle piece
Mm.
for the feet. And then toes, starting with the small toe. And then the sweep. We can terminal clearance. We can be a little more vigorous. Questions about the leg? Garshana for the leg?
And I may misremember things. So yesterday you undraped half.
Mhm.
Was that when she was on?
Yeah, it was when she was,
Oh, half the whole side.
the whole,
Oh,
yeah.
Got it.
One finger, and this applies to massage draping as well. One finger on the ASIS. I'm not quite there yet. And then using the corner to tuck down into the table and towards me. And one tuck. You want to just like have it done. You don't want to mess with it. You want it to be like firmly anchored, because from experience, being on a table and having like a massage therapist be like,
Poking around.
trying to get that draping right, don't do it.
Yeah. That you're looking for them.
Yeah.
That it be long and go over and over and over.
Yes, absolutely. So coming from the outside of the hip towards the groin, making circles. And just for fun, I'm going to go up the IT band. little bit quicker, and then use both hands.
And are you really making sure to get that a little bit of that inside too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Bring it.
So that's another thing that often happens. Massage therapists can be tentative here, but we want to really get that inner thigh. So, and that's why the draping is important, because that will sort of give you guidance about where you can go and make the client feel comfortable that you're not going to go beyond that. Knee circles. Is that pacing still feeling okay? It's a little bit firmer, a little bit quicker. It's a little bit of a workout for the therapist.
Is this the cycle we'll be going through today?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I'll try to say that humbly. Pose. Mm-hmm. I think so. And a sweep. For 3. Finishing with terminal clearance. You're turn towards me. Oh, sorry, I forgot to take screw.
Oh.
Someone help me.
Okay. What do you need? Oh.
That was a great Wonder Woman impression.
Was it good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The 80s version.
Oh, yeah. What's her name? Something.
Yeah.
That was good.
I just got my horse on the ground and a garden gloves. That's create more weight. That's how it's just how it
Yeah.
works.
So I was taught at school that your fingers,
Yeah, because where do your hands?
graze. Your fingertips should just graze your table. Because what happens if your fingertips, if you're any, is you find that you're doing a lot of this.
Yeah.
And that is going to eventually cause you a whole bunch of low back problems.
Yeah.
So my intention is pretty much to always have my chest and back in alignment and straight up and down, straight vertical. So that this is what's happening for me. I do get I get more workout in my legs. It's a much more athletic event for me. It's more like a dance.
Than a great one.
But
Yeah.
It's just like you're moving them
thank you.
on yourself.
Yes. So although at the end of the
Got
day,
my butt right in the camera.
my
You're
legs
welcome.
might be more tired than the rest of me. My back isn't. My back is very happy at the end of the day. So yes, my table often appears low to other people, but I can get around without
Yeah.
I like names.
ever going like this. And let me tell you, that's gonna get you every single time.
If you were going to a treatment or if you were doing a massage and involved more like forearms and whatever this is, would you increase your table height or you would just go down and you would just work like that? Okay.
Come take a look. Thank you for.
Yeah. Okay. And you feel like you still have the control.
Oh, I
and
had
everything.
even more
Okay.
control. Yeah.
You gotta brace me.
Yeah. In that particular case, my knee was up again, but it doesn't have to be.
I feel like that's good, right?
Not necessarily. Yeah.
All right.
So this lunge, like warrior pose, is your very best friend as a massage therapist. Like the stronger and better you can get at more flexible than warrior pose, the better your body mechanics are going to be. Because what you're doing too, sorry Angela, is you're pushing off from your back foot. So all of your power is coming from the ground. And when your power comes from the ground, it's unmatchable. You can do lots of pressure. You can do it for long periods of time. Whereas if your power is coming from here or here or here, there's not much to it, but you get a ton of strength coming straight up the leg.
Okay, that's cool.
Back. Refocus for a second. The only time I would make it higher is when I was doing energy work. If I'm just doing like my hands or just resting. But for massage, pretty much all body work, this is the height I work at. Undraping the back. Again, we're thinking of the heart. So you're going to do some circles around the heart. And then also that thoracic duct goes towards the heart. And then the shoulders. Shoulder circles and towards the heart. And now you can get fancy. You can totally experiment and play with the back, which is just this wonderful, for lack of a better word, canvas on which to play in. So starting in the center, directing lymph towards the heart, moving out towards the periphery, tender tissue here. So even if you're doing a little bit firmer here, you want to lighten up as you get close to the axilla. The knees that we did yesterday. Upside down knee. Right side up knee. And just as a finishing stroke, a nice sweep off. So we're going to move to the right arm. But we're going to redrape. Coming up the shoulder. Focus on the side of the shoulder now, not just the top. Check the upper arm. The upper arm can also be a little bit tender here, so being mindful of your pressure in this area especially. Pressure directly upwards. And then sweep.
Excuse me, how did you circle the shoulder? Was it clockwise or?
It's from the outside, the pressure is going, while I'm making a circle, the pressure is going in towards the chest and arms from outside, I'm calling this outside, towards sweep pressure towards the head. And last one, terminal clearance. Other arm. See it better here. This rhythm is pretty satisfying. If you can stay in this nice rhythm. Now, rather than redraping the arm, I'm going to undrape the lower leg. Is the temperature okay in here for you? So like normally would be in a warm treatment room where it wouldn't matter if half the body were undraped. But we do just, in this environment, want to check in and make sure that our client doesn't get cold. So what's going to happen first, and if that's a problem, you can leave the client's upper body draped while you do the leg. And then after the leg, we're going to do full body sweeps, which is why we're undraping the whole half body. So I'll demonstrate it both ways. I'll demonstrate it fully undraped on this side and then half undraped with a modification on the other side. So once again, the leg, we're going to anchor here and then tuck here. I'll undrape this whole side. Having the blanket gives the client just a feeling like there's enough weight and pressure on them, and so the gluteal cleft isn't exposed. So you feel that kind of heaviness there, even though it's just the heaviness of a blanket, and it just feels a little bit nicer. Hip circles. Aim towards midline. You can do a polishing circle using 2 hands. And then working the upper thigh. Moving down the lower thigh. Making sure you get the inner thigh in there. And then you can do both the inner thigh and the outer thigh with that alternating hand movement. And again, the vigorous pressure on thighs makes me happy. Back of the knee. Remember the lymph nodes here. Upper calf, lower calf. There's 3 different strokes. And then you can polish the heel. And now here comes the sweep. A little bit of fancy footwork. You're going to come all the way up, down the arm, back up the arm, and down. This feels incredible, as well as very connecting to the different parts of the body.
So pressure changing at all throughout that full body sweep, like a little bit more as you go up?
Yeah, definitely more towards the head with the heart, really, and then less as you're coming down the body. So this side, I'll undrape the leg first, and then to do the full body sweep, I'll undrape the upper body, just so you can see what that looks like. I will do the blanket at the same time to make it a little bit easier for myself. So anchoring. Ooh. With the gloves, it can get a little tricky. One-handed hip circles. Or polishing. Moving from the outer hip towards the groin. The back of the groin, really. And then the thighs. Is that pressure okay? Yeah. How's the face? Good. You can play with the strokes too. That's fun. Okay, so now would come the sweep. I'm gonna undrape, so you're in a cold room. There you have it.
I don't think I could do anything after that.
As the practitioner or as the receiver?
Just it looks so incredibly relaxing.
It is.
Really invigorating, but relaxing.
Yeah. It is. It's really, and I can't tell you enough what a great self-care practice it is. Like everyone, every day in the spring, you know, of course, within the thoughts of your recruiting and how you're feeling, but.
So you'll have some tips on how to do some
Sure,
of that.
we can talk about that at the end of class.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Did you do Abhyanga after?
Yeah, I think in Angela's case, I would probably do it maybe before,
Yes.
and then I would do Garshana.
Yes, some of the people who have the dry skin
Mm-hmm.
and the hair, you think we would do Abhyanga first? And
It would help to soften the hair, and it would certainly help the skin.
thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Question continuing that.
Do you want to get up?
Sure. Okay. So I'm just going to help Angela off the table.
You can ask.
Oh, well, so Angela and I are partners.
Uh-huh.
And so should I do an Abhyanga first? But my question, if I do an Abhyanga first, are you going to talk us through the Garshana?
I'm going to talk you through the Garshana.
So I should do it at the same time as everyone else. But ideally, in a non-learning situation.
Yes. Well, I think, again, it depends.
Yeah.
On
Like today.
But for today, for what we're doing, we're not doing it that way.
Right.
So, would you like to turn over? Yes. This works for you? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're gonna take a half-hour break. So we'll break 2 o'clock. Good. Good. I'll get Garshana. Okay. Yeah. What I'd like to do now is for everyone to set up their camera if they haven't gotten already set up for the first person. And then whatever time you have remaining, we'll take a break until 2 o'clock. Okay? Yeah.
Then you pause the recording.
So Shelly just asked if you would need the whole body towel. Not unless you just doesn't want to sheet in a blanket. Okay. So you don't have to use the full body towel.
So she can change.
Yep.
If it's high enough for your head,
Oh, your gloves. Oh, yeah. Right.
So are you using my gloves?
I'm using your gloves on you.
And are you using the water that was stored in?
Oh, no, this is true.
I don't think it's gonna wait under. But
Yeah.
it's not, oh, it's definitely not.
Your client is on the table and you're ready to go. Center yourself.
make some invocation of opening, open the session. If you do not already have your gloves on, put your gloves on. Moving to the head of the table. Finding a comfortable seat. Making contact with your client. And with the utmost care, consideration that you are touching another person's heart. Undrape the upper body through the breast towel or wherever is comfortable. And place your hand gently in the center, slightly to the left of your client's chest. Making small circles on the skin around the sternum and around and above the anatomical heart. If you only have one hand on the body, making sure that your other hand is anchored on the shoulder, behind the neck, somewhere. Let your client know that you are fully present. Making wider circles over the sternum. And then moving your fingers so that they fall on either side of both clavicles. They are moving from the shoulders towards the maneuver. These are sweeping strokes, beginning to move in a sweeping motion over the upper chest from the shoulders to the midline. Making sure that you have full contact with your hands. On the upper chest. And then move the traps. Moving from the shoulders towards midline, towards the spine on the traps. There's a tendency to go up the neck, but don't. Once you're complete with the traps, moving from the base of the occiput down towards the shoulders. Light pressure, or whatever pressure you've agreed on, between you and your client. Gliding your hands up the neck with no pressure, Making circles in front of the ears with your fingertips. Pressure is towards the ears. Draining the lymph nodes around the ears is our primary concern. You can redrape the upper body patterns. Now beginning to make scissor strokes with your forefinger in front of the ears and the rest of your fingers behind the ears on the head. Making circles around the ears. And then moving your thumb inside the outer canal of the ears. Just the opening, the superficial opening, the thumb pressing towards the earlobe, moving back, and then pressing down towards the table, moving towards the tip of the ear closest to you, slightly towards yourself. Allow your hands to glide down towards the chin, working from the midline to the ears. You'll move from the chin towards the ears. Either use two fingers, a thumb and a finger, or your hands. Allowing this movement to flow into the next, which is a finger or a thumb from below the lower lip towards the ears. Both sides, moving from midline towards the ears. Moving from the lower lip just above the upper lip and between the nose. Moving from midline, ears. Bringing your thumbs or hands up to the cheeks on either side of the nose. Flushing the cheeks out towards the ears. Beginning to use light pressure here. Haven't already done. The skin gets rather thin on the face. Making circles around the nostrils. Gliding your hands across the cheeks up to the temples. You make circles on the temples. Using your forefingers to make circles around the eyes. Following the contours of the eyebrows. Moving from the center of the brows out towards the temples. Alternating fingers over the bridge of the nose. And sweeping the forehead from the midline down past the temples to the ears. Sweeping hands over the face. It's a parting stroke. Haven't already, redrape the chest. And step to the side of the table. You're stepping to the right side, your client's right side. You'll undrape to the waist. Facing your client's head. You'll move one hand after another up the midline, from below the navel to the heart. From the hips to the sternum, you'll make an upside down V. Reversing the V so that you start the base of your V at the navel and up towards the ribs. Moving to the left side, sweeping your hands from the hip up towards the axilla. And repeating that on the other side. Permission to create a stroke, or you can do some cross strokes from one side of the belly to the other, or finish with a little circle. Whatever feels most appropriate to you. Give yourself one or two more strokes. Redraping the torso, keeping the right arm undraped. Beginning to make circles around the shoulder, from the lateral aspect of the shoulder towards the medial, from the outside towards the heart. Use one hand or two. Gradually moving your strokes down the upper arm towards the elbow. Then you can chase hand after hand, moving from the elbow towards the shoulder. Moving towards the elbow, 2, you're there, making circles around the elbow. Moving to the forearm, wrist, elbow, direction you're heading in. Making wrist circles. Making circles at both the palm of the hand and the back. Moving to the fingers, starting with the pinky finger, working your way all the way over to the thumb. Haven't already reached the thumb. Want to go ahead and get there. Sweeping up the arm from the hand to the shoulder. 2 or 3 times. And the last time, making a terminal clearance. Scraping the arm. Moving to the other side. Maintaining contact with your client as you move. From one side to the other. Undraping the left arm. And beginning the sequence, starting at the shoulder. Following your own pace and rhythm for the rest of the arm. Moving from the most medial, most lateral aspect. From shoulder, upper arm, elbow, forearm, the wrist to hand, fingers. Find your own pace and rhythm. Experiment with the strokes. Getting ready, finish up with the arm. Wherever you are, if you haven't reached the fingers, moving to the fingers in preparation for the full arm sweep. Sweeping up the arm, from the hands to the shoulders. Redraping the arm, moving to the client's right leg. Anchoring with your left hand at the ASIS, tucking the sheet or towel underneath the thigh, into the table, and towards yourself. I'm going to do a slightly more vigorous pace with the legs. If that's not jiving with your client, of course, making sure you check in with your client about the pace. Simply do fewer strokes. Starting at the hip, making circles from the lateral aspect of the hip in towards the belly. One hand or hand over hand in a polishing stroke. Upper leg strokes from the knee towards the hip. You can alternate hands, both hands at once, both sides of the leg at once. Moving to the knee. Making circles around the knee. And moving to the calves. One hand on either side of the tibia, moving from the ankle to the knee. Checking in with your client about pace and depth. Moving towards the ankle, if you're not already there. Circles around the ankles, both the medial and lateral malleolus. Stroking the foot from the toes towards the ankle. And then the toes starting with the small toe. Moving towards the big toe. Sweeping from the foot to the hip. Once, again, and one more time. And on the last sweep, making a terminal clearance. And draping the right leg. Giving to the left. Practicing your draping. Beginning at the hip, working your way downward to the toes. At a more vigorous pace. or with fewer strokes? Notice if you can remember the sequence, and if you can't, simply remember to move from the heart and to away from the heart. From the part of the body closest to the heart to the part of the body furthest from the heart. If you have any questions, save them for the Abhyanga portion. I'll be coming around to talk to everyone individually. Moving down towards the ankle if you're not already there, down towards the foot. Preparing to sweep up the leg from the foot all the way to the hip. Pressure directed towards the heart and none away. On the last sweep, make off the leg with a total appearance. Redraping the left leg. Putting the face cradle in place. Your client has a breast towel, removing the breast, asking them to remove the breast towel. And helping them to turn over. Adjusting the face cradle, adjusting the bolster, reorganizing your blankets and draping so that it's neat and tidy. And draping the back to the hips. Standing at your client's right side. Okay, yeah. Hands on the heart. Just to the left of the spine, making circles. Making a V from the heart to the shoulders. And then from the hips to the heart. Allowing some creativity to come forward. Doing some strokes of your own invention. Crisscross. Make an X or an interlocking C as your crisscross. Stroking the sides of the body, from the hips to the axilla, being mindful of the thinness of the skin on the side of the body, especially near breath. This may be another place where you want to experiment with depth and pace. Making your last few strokes along the back. Preparing to transition. Draping your client's back. Moving to the left arm. A similar sequence to the front, beginning at the shoulder, moving from the lateral aspect of the shoulder towards the heart. One hand or two. Moving from the elbow, the straight line towards the shoulder. And chasing hand. Moving towards the elbow. Elbow circles. Forearm line, the wrist, the elbow. Circles around the wrist. And then strokes from the wrist to the shoulder. Back down again, sweeps up and down. Pressure towards the heart, none away from the heart. Coming off the terminal clearance. redraping the arm or optionally undraping fully half of the body. Undraping the left side of the body, if that feels comfortable to you and to your client. Getting the draping just right at the thigh. One tuck underneath the front of the thigh, towards you and into the table. Starting with hip circles, polishing circles from the lateral aspect of the thigh in towards the sacrum. Again, using slightly faster or firmer or both pressure here. Moving down to the thighs, knee to hip. Remembering to get the inner thigh, although being mindful of the depth because skin can be sensitive here. A little more vigorous. Knee circles behind the knee. And moving down to the calf. From ankle to knee. Alternating hands. Polishing stroke, sweeping. Making circles around the ankles and or heel. Making a sweep up alongside the entire left aspect of the body, from the heel, the hip, to the shoulder, down the arm, and back up and down again. 3 times. Last time, terminal clearance at the foot. We make this like a dance. Redraping the left side of your client's body, moving to the right side. And draping your client's right arm. Starting at the shoulder. Circles from the lateral aspect of the shoulder toward the clavicle, towards the shoulder blade, towards the heart. The upper arm, elbow to shoulder, shoulder circles, elbow circles. Forearm strokes. Wrist circles. Sweeping from the hands to the shoulder. Undraping the left half of the body. Beginning at the hip. Following your own pace, steps, and rhythm to this leg. Using a bit more vigor and pressure if that's okay with your client, simply to get the experience of it on the legs. If you haven't already begun your last few strokes on the foot, do so. And then do the full body sweeps. Up the leg, to the shoulder, down the arm, back up the arm, and down to the foot. On the last one, a terminal clearance of the foot. And redrape. You now have almost 40 minutes to give whatever session you would like to give, what you and your partner have agreed upon. The only thing that I ask that you do, you include the amethyst placement from the crown of the head to the third eye, the belly stone spin with castor oil on the belly, and the lemon and salt to the feet. If you have any questions about what just happened with the Garshana sequence, write them down, and I'll be around to answer any questions that you may have.
This one, the grapeseed. Looks like a vinegar bottle.
you not forget that you can. Is anything you comfortable or would you like? You would like a face candle? Do you want one? Are you comfortable with it? You have about 15 minutes left. So you want to think about what's going to make this treatment complete for the next 15 minutes. Do you want to turn your client over? Is there another part of the body that you want to focus on?
You're doing a little bit higher. If you bring this foot yeah, so step your back foot in. I think what we need in particular is a little bit more height to
Those are heels. Beginning to wrap up your treatment. Whatever part of the body that you're working on, finding a way to close. And then finding a way to close the whole session with your client, making it complete. And thorough. You have 2 minutes. Bringing your session to a close. Disengaging. From the session itself. If it feels right to you, facilitating the closing of your client's aura and your own. So take a few moments to spend some time just giving a quick debrief, both as the practitioner and the receiver of the session. And after you get off the table as the client, you'll be free to take a break. But when we come back at 4 o'clock, have your table prepared and ready to go for the second receiver. So take a few moments with your client, flip your table, and come back at 4.
I don't know. I don't.
Look at that. It's cold.
Yeah. No, that is just. There's also a here somewhere too. There's a good so that's nice.
Can
Yeah. Going towards the heart.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, downward. Yeah.
Yeah, I was paying attention and I was like, I'll remember all this stuff for you guys. I really was paying attention until I wasn't.
That's usually how it works. But yeah, yes, you are.
Even when you're reached out and you're like, how's this? Or how's this? Yeah, it's just kind of like, it's all good.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, yeah, it's all like, it was fun.
Yeah, thank you for your help. So, appreciate that. Oh, thanks.
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, no, and I totally, yeah, like when I do 2 in a row, I feel it the next day.
I graduated from high school.
when I graduated from law school, I felt like I was in this tunnel. No one said to me. No one said to me anymore.
Yeah, right.
Now it's like, I want to make sure that someone else is.
Well, I appreciate it because a lot of people tell me, but no one shows up. So like, I think I'm doing it, and it's like, no, they're like, no, you're still doing it wrong. That was very helpful. I feel like in some places, maybe did more pressure. No, I was right. No, like I was doing right, but it also felt so. Yeah. It's really, yeah, I can make up what I just say like, yeah. So. You have a break until what? Realize I took your couch. Oh, good. You still have it. Okay.
We already chatted about it. I'll check on it.
Awesome.
That's
Yeah, absolutely.
So, do you want me to? Yeah. Yeah.
When you're doing like Garshana do you ever like get enough like that and then didn't, right? Because that's totally spot.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Do you want to turn this around, or is it okay? You can use that one.
In your room.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a, meaning these ones, you can hold here.
More like self-emphatic. They're the ones that were recommended the first day. And that's, so I discard the doing version of the
Yeah.
first time to them. So in that case, in that case, yes, put the gloves on. And shoulder, and then I would scoot up, and I would do this. That's so weird. Right? It feels awesome. That's one of the things that when I'm driving myself, I do this.
Yeah.
Up and down, and it feels amazing.
It does.
So with the half body breathing, also if you have a rest time in place, you can also get up under here. And super back.
I know it. I think it's that's cool. Maybe you're
Even doing massage. It's just so good, Laura. Full body massage. I'm like, yes.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's
The first time she was learning something.
I'm
drinking a whole half side. And then she's doing my legs. She's still going. She's still going. She's still going. She's like,
that was one of the amazing things about working at the Ayurvedic Institute is that traditional Ayurvedic body work. And so clients are fully untrained. There's covering around the genitals, and that's it. And then it's full body massages. That's the front, the back, sides, and you're just like, it's a whole new world that you're going to. Where they also have the bakery. Too.
when you went to massage school, did they teach you breast massage? Did not learn breast massage. No, so there's a difference. I did. We went to the same school. It's different. I went back in over.
Oh, what school?
Yeah.
I went to massage school.
Yeah, I didn't know her.
So you came in so that I didn't.
It was Chris and I felt lighter than you and they did. Yeah, he was like, for like,
I guess Joanne Larson.
I don't think you were. We were like the first class to go through.
Oh, you were in West Charles?
Yeah. But like, so we did
one breast massage. So we have the draping, and you would undrape one side, do the circles around, and drape that, undrape the other side, do the circles
So like
around.
that healthy for the breath.
It really
You know,
is.
they probably had a different class dynamic, but it was a pretty conservative class. So I was like, you know, person, like, my young kids in the class, and everybody else was like, oh, like there's a lot of food.
So,
You know, so I don't think that was kind of stuff.
We didn't have to
it's hard
do it,
but they showed us how to do it. They suggested we do it there. But it was a safe environment to do. And I've actually only done it with my subject. She requested it, and she was like, I think I'm coming to for a while. She was an older woman. She really needed the work. She needed the work long and hair so bad. And it was really, she asked me if I was working doing it, if I would do it. Like she, you know, she goes, if you don't want it, she goes, you know, I said, I know how to do it. I've been trained to do it. Yeah, it is. But I mean, you know, she was like, every time I came into that, she always had
Great experience too, because
it is.
Oh,
Or do
yeah,
you want to
so,
just change while you're?
but even like climate, so cancer in our culture, like it's so helpful to have breath massage.
Yeah. I love having blue marks. It's not crazy.
Oh, really?
I love it. I mean, I did impressions on you. I always do impressions, even if I don't. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even people getting into the grind, they're like afraid to get up here. Just go. Yeah.
They do, if you want this.
We'll use that
Oh, yeah. The fifth bone versus like you're like, oh, wow, that's like close to everything. And there's so much. Oh,
Just use those points.
Oh.
well, let's like
There.
Yeah, we don't think about it like our entire culture is like right there.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like everything comes from here.
Yeah.
It does.
And that's why people are afraid of it. Here.
So nice.
It is.
So powerful, it's so powerful.
But you do need somebody that, you know, have to hustle.
You want to start right early. I'm curious, and they have to be confident that they know what they're doing.
Yeah. Have you seen someone nearby, like maybe somewhere?
You know, I'm gonna go. Who did I see from Maya? She's so no. Yes, I know that there's a website that you can go to the Maya and find.
I know there's not. There's one woman I think in Boston.
So-
Yeah. There's a woman in Western Mass.
Yeah.
So it's. So that brings me up higher.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, really?
That's where I had my first Ayurvedic massage for 6 years. Your fingers.
Who?
Shalin.
You like it?
Yeah.
Because you try well.
Yeah. I had a
Well, I
great
mean,
experience.
No, no,
I
no,
just
I'm
changed
not
my
paying,
whole whole
Yeah.
thing.
This is my Ayurvedic.
Ayurveda.
You can use mine.
Probably why.
Here. Oh, mine, the ones I use, I put my bag.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so. If you want to use mine, okay. Yeah.
Cheese? Yeah. And you see Steve working with that train. Yeah.
I love it up there. Yeah, I think at one point I thought it was. Well, it's not dance or so like Shake Your Soul.
I have like some
That sounds familiar.
I love
Yoga
Shake Your
dance.
Soul.
Yeah.
I love Shake Your Soul.
So like yoga dance teacher.
cortisol on
I wouldn't consider like I don't
yeah.
dancer. Yeah.
Feel like so. Yeah.
You remind me of like, sort of,
We can't print it.
in a way you remind me of one I don't have Ayurvedic student, I'm in contact with a pop dancer, and there's this whole huge dance.
What's her name?
Kristen, Kristen? I think maybe constitutionally, she gets remind me of each other. A little fight. Yeah, Tiffy too. Yeah, sort of the outfit. Wonderful.
I love the dance. And you should Shake Your Soul at college or yeah. I'd like to go and just be a teacher.
She's
So buy great workshop. It's a yoga teacher training. Well, it's not even yoga. It's just a Shake Your Soul teacher.
Shake Your Soul teacher training. Shake Your Soul is based on what Dan Levine says, but it's just getting you to and that's the thing.
Well, if you check it out, it has a totally different input. Now that you're probably. No, it does.
So I wanted to do it. He has a class coming up, I think in July, but I can't do it. And I've been wanting to do it for like 2 years. I'm like, it's just not time. It's just the way I look at it. It's just not meant to be here. No.
Yeah, level 2 is. And I was signed up to take level 2, but since we can come here, so like, you can do it. But the level 1 takes.
Yeah, I want to. Like I said, it's been like, actually, it's been like, 2 years now. I was seriously trying to ever since I actually did it when I was up there.
Hey, where are you?
And the rest of the work is amazing. The Soma Soul.
Yeah.
Work is amazing.
Wow. There's no when the time's right. Yeah. Things happen for reasons. Fall into place. Always does.
Do you have your belly still like
I do, I did that too.
And do you need a lemon slice? I have.
I brought a lemon, but I just use the other half.
Yeah.
The one that's on the plate is one I use. Okay. So if you just want to use that one instead of
Just use this other.
cracking up a new one. Yeah, I think that doesn't work.
That's because that outlet that light has to be on the switch.
I was totally thinking that we were like, down the wire.
So if you could get an extension into that room, if you could get an extension cord to plug into that room.
So, yeah.
Were
On now, yeah. You want to crank it up?
Did you receive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How long are you going to get this?
I know, that's
This weird.
Really dumb.
So like,
this is, it's, I mean, it's very good that like
got one, yes,
Yeah.
thank you. I did.
Really?
I know we want to be all like healthy and Ayurvedic and stuff, but I brought my kids Halloween. Not Halloween candy, Easter candy. Easter candy. I did Easter baskets the other day and I had left over.
Oh, I just got stuff for Easter basket.
I mean, me and my husband.
Oh.
Easter basket.
All right.
Gold basket.
Oh, wow. Jelly.
Oh, wow.
Really? Oh, the banana bread. I was like, wow, I can't that was a lot.
It is.
Yeah. We're both like squelching our way through the table.
Oh, that's a good one.
That was great.
Oh, so give me the link.
Oh,
Yesterday. I didn't.
yeah,
didn't read
remember
it, but
I
saw it.
heard
was
you
like,
say-
oh, nice. Anyway, I was like, oh, what is that?
I don't know. Did you like come forward with
Or was it kind of?
It's kind of like,
it's
it's like a long story.
Oh,
Now.
that's right.
It's basically like, I think it comes from rapeseed, which is the same thing as rapeseed. I'm pretty sure. No, rapeseed's like a mustard. That means that's a flowering.
Great.
The difference between rapeseed and canola is a GMO that was like, or not necessarily, I don't know.
They like
just read-
changed some.
They read some stuff out, yeah, so that it makes it.
Yeah.
I know some oil, like,
Paraphrase.
Oh, yeah.
Brady Bunch. I mean, it's go to it for the canola.
Oh, she was.
Way back in the day.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's like flour and mustard.
Oh, that's it.
It's yellow.
Yeah.
I think rapeseed was originally pregnant and then we.
They're just, yeah, well,
Yeah.
I don't understand.
A grape seed. Grape seed is the other, something that comes for canola oil. They're not necessarily the same. From the same. Grape seed comes from one regular grape. Yeah. And that's.
Okay, I think you think it's another.
No, grape seed. Which is like.
Grape seed. But it's
Grape seed. It's like grape seed, not seed.
Oh, okay.
It's weird. Yeah, it's canola.
I think it's
It's like, it's like it's like common cooking oil, like vegetable oil. Like flavor, high smoke point. Not necessarily like
What's that? I was like, that's what I'm saying. Why is it the adductor?
It's like
See what happens.
it's like the
Yeah.
batteries just aren't like
Yeah.
that's where and like that's like
Yeah, better than I did.
So, I'm not sure.
yeah, that's
I
like
don't know.
yeah.
Wait, I was trying to yourself?
Yeah.
They attach down here.
Really?
The ones I'm thinking of, this is dark right around here, like a double red. Oh, okay. That's what they attach that. Here, yeah. Exterior. sorry, when you started class, you had
Yeah, right. I was like, there's like,
Yeah, that doesn't make sense in terms of.
well, actually, this one doesn't say just like last part. Yeah. Well, I guess the reason. Yeah. Well, the yeah, it's not the mom. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it just depends where they're right, and like where they were. Yeah, right. Like, how does anyone get supposed to like yeah, I like that. Oh, that's good. Yeah, so we look at it.
I'm so glad that she went. That was great that she went through the interview.
It makes so much more sense. Like what we did.
Well, I'm sure they'll change that for the next.
Yeah, like this is like weird.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I am. And normally I feel good. No, normally it does. But today it's like this feels like a lot of stuff.
And that's why
Yeah.
You guys have my guys the body.
I have the suit edition.
What's up?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, right, let's do condition.
How the body's moving. So when you're one way, it may want to do it just
Sorry.
but if you're sitting,
Go in a second.
when you twist it a certain way.
Make your way to your table.
What you're doing, what else is doing. So sometimes like this way, something that doesn't normally do it on its own. Do it again. So I also really like that. That's how you do it. Right.
No, I'm sorry, sorry. Sorry.
So whereas normally, you're on organized, it's not.
You're only shortchanging yourself and your partner.
That's another couple of years. So you don't get this stuff.
I took that off. This is supposed to be your face.
I know that. Okay, let me get some more water.
No, no.
Well, composite turquoise is pretty common.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it. We need to get a big thing of water.
There might be a picture in this. No, not more.
So you're like.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. I had to think about how she has to start.
Starting makeup.
Yeah.
Ready? Here, well, it's going well.
Oh, I stuck it under the.
You set?
Oh.
Making sure that your client's breast towel is in place. She needs one.
That's it.
Checking in to see if there's anything that you can do to make your client more comfortable. And finding a way to ground yourself and open the session. Could you shut that off, please?
Oh, you just started adjusting it.
Make it easier for you.
Yes.
Yeah, she wasn't joking. I don't know. Finding a way to connect with your client if you haven't already. Putting on your gloves and moving to the head of the table. Recognizing the import of touching another person's heart. And making energetic contact before making physical contact. But making contact with the body above the physical heart. Slightly to the left of the sternum. And beginning to make slow, gentle circles there. allowing your circles to expand into the sternum itself. And moving up to the clavicle, from the shoulders towards the sternum, sweeping your fingers along the clavicle. Maybe your thumb is on one side of the clavicle. Penny, you're going to be wearing your gloves. Moving from shoulders to manubrium on the upper chest as well. Checking in with your client about the pressure and pace. Is the good depth for them? Is the pace good? Try at a different pace if they don't know. Moving from the shoulders in towards the center. Moving your hands to the traps. Moving from the shoulders in towards the midline along the traps. And then from the occiput towards the top of the shoulders. Moving from the neck to the ears, making circles in front of and around the ears. Making scissor strokes with your forefinger in front, your three fingers behind ears. Circling the ears a couple more times. Then kissing your thumb gently at the opening, pressing down towards the earlobe. Moving your thumb back towards the curve of the ear and pressing down towards the navel. And then from the top, using your forefinger and pulling gently towards you. Moving your hands to the chin. Stroking along the lower jaw, from the chin to the ears. From below the lower lip to the ears. Remember that this can be an invigorating massage. It doesn't have to be super slow, gentle. From your upper lip to the ears.
cheeks, from the nose to the ears. Making circles over the nostrils. Flushing down the cheeks towards the ears and pausing at the temples. Making circles around the temples. Bringing your fingers just below the eye and the cheek, circles around the eye. Stroking the brows from the midline towards the temple, down towards the ears. Bridge of the nose. And then the forehead from the midline. Sweeping the face up from the chin towards the head. 2 or 3 times. Stepping to the client's right side. And draping the torso to the hips. Making contact with your client's belly. You're just resting a hand over the navel. And gliding that hand towards the breast towel or chest. Moving from the navel towards the sternum. And move to either side of the navel. Still moving the hips towards the heart. Making a V from the navel towards the ribs. And an upside down V from the hips to the sternum. Stroking either side of the body from the hips to the axle. Being mindful that the skin is often thinner here
in other places of the body, especially as you get closer to the axilla. You can cross the stomach from side to side. And then sweeping off the belly. But not going too far. Be at the right arm or the shoulder. You want to check in if your client is cold, you can re-drape. But if not, you can leave the torso undraped. Massaging either with one hand or two, the right shoulder from the lateral portion in towards the heart. The direction is up and medial. Moving to the upper arm, massaging from elbow towards the shoulder. Making circles around the elbow. Lines on the forearm, the wrist, the elbow. Circles. Circles around the back of the hand and the palm. And then the fingers. Starting with the pinky. Experiment with making circles around the joints and just long lines. Moving steadily towards the thumb. Sweeping from the hands to the shoulder. A few times, and the last time, coming off with a terminal hand at the fingers. Moving to the left arm. Starting at the left shoulder, making circles in towards the heart. Upper arm strokes. If you haven't already checked in with your partner about depth and pace, please do. using what you know of the sequence to complete the left arm. Finding a way to bring the strokes to a close in preparation for a sweep from the hand to the shoulder. Draping the client's entire torso and upper body and arms. Moving to the right leg. Using your left hand at the ASIS to fold the draping back. Your right hand to tuck underneath the thigh, tucking into the table and towards you. Making hip circles. The outer hip in towards the belly, towards the heart. One hand or two. Giving yourself an opportunity to practice more vigorous strokes on the legs. It's okay with your client, just checking in and asking permission. Seeing how it feels to both give and receive more vigorous Garshana. Stroking from the knees to the hips. Knee circles. Making sure that you cover the entire leg. Inner thigh, the outer thigh. And then from the ankle to the knee. Ankle circles. And flushing from the toes to the ankle of the foot. Getting in the toes, starting with the small toes. Even if you're only using one hand, making sure that you have both hands connected to your client's body. Even if one hand is passive. Finishing up with the toes, getting ready for a sweep from the toes all the way up to the hip. A couple of those. Redrape and move to the other leg. Using what you know of the sequence. Perform Garshana on the left leg. If you haven't already, performing leg sweeps, redraping the leg, and preparing your client to turn over onto their belly. Removing the bolster, getting the face cradle in place, moving your stool or chair out of the way. Not for an abdominal. No, you can do particular areas. You don't have to do the full body. draping the back all the way to the hips. Hands over the heart, beginning to make circles around the heart. Making a V from the shoulders towards the heart. Hands moving from shoulders to heart. Making another V from hips to heart. It's another place where you can experiment and see if vigorous pressure and pace feels good. Clients, making sure that you know you can speak up if something isn't feeling good. Making crisscross strokes, making an X with your hands, crossing over the heart, from shoulders to hips and back again. And then side strokes from the hips to the axilla. So the side body is getting your attention. Sweeping up from the sacrum towards the shoulders and down the arms, back up again, ending at the sacrum. As your goodbye stroke, a sweep. Up and down the back. Having a choice now here, whether or not you want to undrape the whole side of the body and leave it undraped. So checking in with your client about their temperature. Undraping the right leg. Starting at the hip. Hip circles. Mm-hmm. Challenge with round too.
What's that?
Challenge with round needs to.
Yeah, yeah.
Making sure that the hip is uncovered, even if the upper body is draped. You want to get those glutes in there for Garshana. Making the lateral leg in towards the sacrum, towards the low back, hand over hand. Again, the legs can take vigorous pressure. From the knees to the hips. Circle. ankles, around the knees. Long strokes from the ankles to the knees. Varying your technique. Just 3 different basic Garshana strokes. Moving down to the ankles and heel. Addressing the heel and the ankles. A sweep from the foot all the way up to the hip. And a couple more times. 2 or 3 of those. And if you haven't already, sweep up the entire left side of the body, and draping, of course, first. Down to the hand, back up to the shoulder from the hand, and down to the foot. And repeat. 2 more times. And redrape your client, moving to the other side. If your client is comfortable with it, you can undrape the whole side of the body. Left arm until we're having and on the back side. Sorry. I don't know either. Moving to the left shoulder. And the left arm first. This side of the body is yours. Left arm, left leg, left whole body side sweep. Turn it up. If you get lost or stuck, remember to move towards the heart. Recall your lymphatic diagram of the body. Moving towards the nose, which moves towards subclavian veins and thoracic duct. experimenting with strokes, alternating hands, using both hands at once. Remembering to pay extra attention to places that have lymph nodes, like behind the knees. When you're finished, moving right into your Abhyanga treatment plan, which is basically free form. However, there are 3 things: lemon for the feet, amethyst for the third eye, and the grandma belly stone spin that I would like you to try today. You have about 40 minutes to create a nourishing treatment for your partner.
Does seem to yeah. True. I don't have a thingy on it. No wonder. Just when you said it didn't go on. That's all right. We don't make sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Does it really feel good? It does completely fine. Exactly. Does it hurt? Not at all. I don't want to, you know, grind it. I think it's okay to put pressure on the scapula. There's so many muscles to cushion it. Yeah, true.
The obvious things.
As long as you're not annoyed by it.
They have a good time.
They're quite really happy.
They're non-conformist.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I know.
Either you'd like to.
Yeah, well, I know that, like, pretty close to my spine, and, kind of like my thoracic around my shoulder. Don't worry about the song. I can feel it.
You can't go. Here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you want to do that amethyst on the third eye.
Yeah,
So you also just want to make sure that this abdomen shapes, and then you're ready to clean it. Just make sure you clean it when you're done.
What's that? Do you have some suggestions?
I really like.
Okay.
Then,
Okay. Because there's something kind of anchoring it.
they have like the kind.
Yeah. Yeah. I forget it has been too close. And then I get jammed up by business.
And so it gives you most of it, it's kind of like water.
Yep.
What should I?
No. So what's happening?
Oh, so it's rolling.
So you're rolling forward,
Okay.
and you're rather than
So just sync with my. Okay.
no, I want you to see. I
Oh,
want you
okay,
to
okay.
tiny to see
All right.
what's happening with my body. So, kind of what's happening in me. And then like
Angling a little bit.
angling, yeah. So this is as far as I'm forward.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to
We won't go.
Oh, like that. I can always.
Okay.
But I'm actually leaning in. So if you're going to use elbows, you have to use elbows. And then I can step up. I think this is very see what I can use my lower body.
Yeah.
Just go like that.
Yeah. So we put some.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just get on to
Yeah. Good. I like it because you could trace the like the wax all the way down to here. It feels good. I was refreshing. Oh, yeah.
Oh. Put your own back. I usually like mine hanging anyway, so it's up to you. I just feel a difference when you have oil there. Do you like the friction a little better?
I do
Or
like the
there?
friction better, yeah.
Somebody likes to know, or she or whoever.
You guys see my hands?
they're doing good.
They're doing good.
Everyone okay here? What did you say? I have a monkey behind.
Oh.
So you're gonna try to.
Okay.
You have to scooch down a little bit.
We have 20 minutes left.
Do you need to breathe too?
Oh, yeah. Also,
Any chance? Just that tired. Or on this side. You can just do a little bit. Yeah.
Is it too hot?
Yeah,
Because it
that
was
was
too
one.
hot. Yeah.
One,
Do you have any questions? Sorry.
Just thinking about if they were, it's my make me confused. So, it's
Are you asking about a sequence? Yes. Yeah, I think that's a perfectly fine sequence, but you can also go around the body clockwise. You can do left arm, left leg, right arm. Or you can do left arm. You mean the demonstration yesterday? Yeah, so we changed up the sequence so that this morning or this afternoon, when I gave the other demo, it was a slightly different sequence. How are you feeling, Arya? We have 5 minutes left. Beginning to wrap up your session. Visualizing the way in which you would like to close. Beginning to move in that direction. Making your final moves. Creating a ritual around closing. So that you're closing your partner's aura and disengaging from them in a conscious way. Helping your clients off the table and spending a few moments just exchanging feedback on how it was to give and to receive. And then meeting back, clean out the tables, linens, everything. Well, if you want to talk about
That's good to know. That sounds really good. I'm glad. Yeah. The one that I just did. It goes with it, actually. Yeah. I think I saw you do that. I was like, wow. And I was like, it's so about time. The one person who doesn't want to lie for us. It's like, so I was trying to so yes, I was a little uncomfortable. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, like that. I could feel that. We did something right. You guys clean up around me. You just take it.
We'll see you Wednesday, Sean.
Wednesday, right? Time to go. You have to go home. You can't stay on the table. Oh God. Do you have any questions? No, because
No, those are old. It's okay.
So would anyone like to share about their experience of Garshana?
I loved it. Felt like a scratching good itch. Yeah.
Essentially, for my, I feel like this, like by the time when she made on me, it was yeah, that's a good. I can, yeah, I don't know if you feel it. I feel relieved. Yeah, yesterday I feel inside. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Wonderful. How about specifically the rubbing strokes? Is there anything that you noticed either then or now that maybe would have felt better, worse, different if you hadn't gotten an Abhyanga afterwards? So think about the time leading up to when the oil massage started
Laura was working on my side that I just like to take a deep like breath and you felt like I just released a lot. And it's kind of like staying down. That was the Garshana thing. It was really, I mean, felt like a lot just came out and it's fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, she felt really cool to watch this.
Yeah, I was like, it's like, I'm like, oh, you wouldn't think that something like that could be like so relaxing.
Yeah.
Because it's so stimulating it. Or at the same time. But because I didn't really have a preference for like fast or slow or any particular strokes. So when I performed it, I just kind of mixed it up a little bit. Like I would do a little bit of both.
I do that too.
Yeah, I was like, well, I could do them fast, and especially in the legs, I did a lot more fast. But in the back, I liked doing because I felt like I wasn't really thinking. It just was like, I just know the direction I want to go in. And it wasn't like, it wasn't too involved. It just happened.
Yeah, we don't have to engage the mind too much with Garshana.
Yeah, there was there was like an adjustment for me in terms of getting used to like the pressure that I'm using and the flow that I'm moving with the gloves on. You know,
Gloves were awkward.
I'm surprised at
The draping was hard with the gloves because I'm like, oh, I'm draping my gloves. Yeah.
Like everybody's doing that.
Yeah. So those are, the bottom of the line. What kinds of gloves are out there? I almost remembered to bring my gloves, and my gloves have distinct fingers that fit. Yeah, and it fits my hand, so there's no extra.
Like a true glove.
It's a true glove, except for these three fingers are together. So it actually fits my hands.
Yeah.
So you want to get ones that fit. These are just,
classroom.
Yeah, they're classroom student. They'll be great to use on yourself. So yeah, I would definitely suggest they're not expensive. If you can afford 2 Starbucks coffees, you can afford another pair of Garshana gloves. So they're pretty inexpensive, and I would encourage you to just go out and check out what's out there, talk with each other, find out who likes what gloves, that sort of thing, and practice on yourself. So that is the big take-home message. You don't have any assignments. I checked with Karen. She said there's no at-home practice, but I would encourage you to practice on yourself. It's not an assignment you have to turn in, but both for your own health and for your own understanding of how this is going to impact someone else. You'll get a lot of understanding by doing it and receiving it with yourself. The takeaway from that is that you want to do the same sort of sequence. You want to start at your heart, which is a great way to connect with yourself. Starting at the heart, making circles, massaging along the sternum. You can even, on yourself, you can do things right around the sternum, really easy. You can go around your chest, very clearing for women. You have a tendency towards cysts. The axilla, collarbones, the neck, the traps. You can do forward on yourself. You don't have to do side to side. The side, you can do your whole side body. That feels awesome. You can do your shoulder. It feels really good. So on those days, because it's still April, those days in April when it's gray and cloudy, not gonna happen this week, but it's gonna be 72 on Tuesday. But those days that are still gonna happen in April when it's rainy and cloudy, you're gonna think about Garshana. So think about the strokes on yourself, around the belly. The same thing. What you're thinking about is your lymphatic diagram that I gave you, which is here. and you're thinking about moving what's in the center first and then working your way out the hands and fingers. So it's an awesome modality. It's really easy. It's great for people who don't like oil. It's very, very effective.
You have a convert.
Oh,
That was really nice.
What kind of oil did you use?
It was the hemp oil.
Oh.
So it's good.
Yeah.
It really absorbs
Yeah, it's
in
quick.
pretty quickly, even when I thoroughly doused her. She said, it's not bad because you know, it's not like it's being doused on me. And I didn't have a good bottle with the delivery system, so.
So we were fine.
It'll be okay.
So, any questions? Anything? I'm gonna send you the sequence. I'll type it out like tomorrow-ish, and I'll send you the sequence tomorrow. I'm also gonna send you my almond milk smoothie recipe. 8 ounces at a time, warmed up. So, we have time for a couple questions.
Something that came up in my mind was when you're working on the abdomen, and let's say like you have a client with like a really big like gut, like hard like beer gut, you know, like this. How is that to work? Have you worked on that? Is it, how is it different? Does it different? Does it matter? I'm just curious.
Oh, yeah. So my experience starts with the feedback that I get.
Yeah.
Of course, asking permission is huge. Some people are self-conscious.
Yeah.
And if they have, no matter what size belly they have, they may not want their belly worked on.
Right.
Always asking permission, even if it's the same client, even if you've done the treatment before. Always asking permission, because it's such a vulnerable area. My experience with actually working on big guts once I get there is the clients are always exceptionally grateful because it always feels really good. It's an experience, and it's no different of an experience than working on someone who has six-pack abs and who won't let you in. So, you know, each belly is going to be a little different.
Yeah.
But you're connecting really with some of the deepest aspects of a person. You are connecting with their viscera. And if they're willing to allow you to connect with their viscera and all of their organs and, you know, the majority of lymph and nervous system tissue, it all lives here, then you open yourself up to a real connection with another person, a real gut connection. And they can be amazing, and most people are very, very grateful and very surprised that they like it. You're welcome.
We were talking about the grandma stone, and is there any reason why you couldn't leave that there for a while?
No reason at all. Yeah, it feels awesome to have weight on the belly. Even if someone doesn't, let's just say someone doesn't want their belly massaged, you can just put the grandma stone on dry through the draping. Or if that feels like it might be too focused, you can put a sandbag right across here. And so it's another way to ground someone and to connect, help them to connect deeply into themselves. It's so powerful because our culture is so ungrounded. And it's very hard to maintain groundedness in this culture. Like I will often go home after spending, you know, I come here, I drive for an hour and a half, I talk for 6 hours, I drive for another hour and a half, and then there's more people to talk to once I get home. It's not like I'm just a monk. I want to engage with my family. So there will be times where I will just have to go to my bedroom, to my yoga mat, and put a sandbag on my belly just to stay grounded in myself. That's one of our biggest challenges, is we step outside of ourselves. We step away from who we are because we think we should be someone else. We have an ego about something. We want to connect out to things. The more we can stay in here, the more we can affect just huge change in our lives and huge changes in our community. So if you don't have a sandbag, go out and get one. Just go get one.
About how much do they weigh?
You know, I'm not really sure. I think I have a 10-pound sandbag. It might be 20. I have really no idea. You can change the weight. You can also just, you've all collected a grandma stone. You can just use the grandma stone in your belly. Because there's not a person in this room, including myself, that doesn't need more grounding. That doesn't need more connection to Earth, to our lower bodies. That's another part of our cultural confusion, is we're disconnected from here. And here has so much power. There's so much power here. And that's why, you know, I think body mechanics are particularly challenging, because you have to connect with here. You can't be up here giving a massage. You have to be connected down. Okay. See you all in a couple of weeks for Katibasti, which is going to be more connecting here. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's another part craft, part cooking, part massage thing. So I think you'll really enjoy it. I have something to read to you. If you would allow your eyes to close. Clearing by Martha Postlewaite. Clearing. Do not try to save the whole world or do anything grandiose. Instead, create a clearing in the dense forest of your life and wait there patiently until the song that is your life falls into your own cupped hands and you recognize and greet it. Only then will you know how to give yourself to this world so worthy of rescue. Giving yourself a long, slow inhale. Exhaling on. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. See you again.
happy, be fabulous, be yourselves.